this dub, dude. Got a mic? Oh, looks like he's here. Oh, dude, you got a mic? You got a mic, gang? Gang, you got a mic? Oh, I gotta text my brother. You are the future. I'm bad at the game, so are we gonna get this? So you'll probably have to carry. Cause I'm like not good. Yo, yo, I got you something over here. Hello? Yo, I got you something. Come here, follow me. Yeah, it's over here. Come here. Come here, bro. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take it. Take it, dude. Come on, take it. Take it. team, it's like you're a part of my family almost. 'Cause that means you trust. Yo, do you got a mic, by the way? I'm coming. Yo, squat up and down like this if you don't have a mic. Bet. You're goated. Up there, up there. Bro. Yo, don't push, don't push, don't push. Bro, do you need any ammo? Do you need any ammo? You need ammo? Here's some SMG. There you go. Take it. Take it. Okay. There you go, dude. Love you. Yes, sir. Do you have a mic by chance? Dang it. Bro, you have the Merry Mint axe? No way, dude. Dude. No way. Dude, that's insane. That is insane, dude. Yo, can I add you? Let's go. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Yo, here. Have it, dude. Have it. a sniper. Bet. Yo. No love. Yo, I have a question. Do you care if I play a song? Do you care if I play a song? Okay, bet. What you know about love? Yeah, yeah. You know about love. Do you like King Von? Bet. Bro, you have the Travis Scott braids? Dude, you're like OG OG. Shoot. I wish you could tell me your favorite song by him. Is Tucker to the O your favorite? Bet. On. Well, play with me. That I have to go. Go. Nope. To the O. There's people here. Bet. Bro, you're goated. Dang it, dude. Hey, you're good though. We good though. Bro, return to lobby. Return to lobby. Return to lobby. Took her to the O. Top. Kick a chip, bar, blah, with a road clip. Wanna play with me? you had a mic. Hey, 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 show me my life. Every type of money, my I got a piece of white ice. Dang. Bro, I wish you had a mic. Yo, emote if you're a girl. Emote if you're a boy. Bet. Bro. What? Dang! Are you like typical gamer or somebody, bro? Like, who? What? What? Who are you, dude? Like, I'm about to turn into that one blue shirt kid. Who are you? Like, dude. Bro, I'm playing with an OG right now, gang. Like, bruh. Ain't no way. Put respect on this guy's name, dude. Dude, do an emote if you don't care that I do a YouTube video. Do an emote if you don't care that you're gonna do a bet. Bet. You're gonna be in a video soon. Okay, quit emoting. Quit emoting. Quit emoting. Real quick. Oh, let me do this real quick. One. Bet. So, what we're gonna be doing. Okay, so, not public, don't ready up, private. Okay, so you're gonna be in a YouTube video, is that okay? Do an emote if you want me to blur your username out. Bet, so you want people to know who you are? Do an emote if you don't want me to blur your username. Do an emote if you want me to blur your username out of the video. Hello? Gang. Bet. You want me to quit doing do an emote if you want your username to be blurred. Do an emote if okay, you want it to be blurred? Okay, got you. Dude, like okay. So I'm recording on my phone because I can't buy a camera. So gang chill, gang chill. What you know about love? Gang. Brother, why do I do this over and over? Why'd you sign me out of my account, man? Why'd you sign me out of my out of my out of my YouTube, man? Gang. If I can get my camera set up right, gang, like, bro, just, I need a hold. I need a holder, gang. Bro, I need you. Dude, freaking thing. Is that good? Thing? But scoop back. Bet. Gang, you ready? Bro, pickaxe swing if you're ready to be recorded. Pickaxe swing if you're ready to be recorded. Gang, you good? Yang, you good? You good? You good? Pickaxe swing if you're ready to be recorded. Bet. That's good to hear, gang. Gang, I can't even get my phone to set up correctly, gang. Gang. Don't even know how to set my phone. I can't even set up my phone properly. Gang! I'll be right back. Why you gotta take my food? Go. What's up, guys? Today, me and my friend are going to be playing Fortnite 1v1 with every gun. And so, I know, yeah, he's new, or she, bro, come and show them your Merry Mint X. No, he's just picking out guns. Yo, come and show them your outfit, gang. Yeah, look at the rare pickaxe, gang. Look at the rare pickaxe, guys. Rare pickaxe. Yep. So, and then we're just gonna do some 1v1s, and then 1v1s, and then yeah. Then we're gonna go to Battle Royale. So yeah, enjoy. Please comment and subscribe. Please like, comment, and subscribe. But yeah. So me and him are gonna do some 1v1s. There's not gonna be a lot of me talking in this video, but we are going to make many videos, many more videos. So just like stay tuned for those, and have a wonderful time watching this. do 1v1. Why you gotta tag? Why you gotta tag people? You coming, dude? Yo. Ready, set, go.
interesting name. Shaggy.
No,
Big
this one
Daddy.
bitch look
Whoa.
like Shaggy from Scoop.
Big Daddy?
I ain't never seen a bitch that hideous. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, stop
God
getting on my
damn.
fucking shit. What's up? Yo.
Hey, Chad, I ain't gonna lie. We got way more grown folks today. I don't know if they got. I don't know if it's today's. If Monkey is cleaning up on jits, but it seemed like they is. I ain't gonna lie.
Big Daddy.
What the fuck was that? Chad, y'all want me to stay on Monkey or we getting off? We gonna get some wine?
All right, people, what is going on? Good afternoon. Credit to Darnold and Kubiak for getting the ball out fast enough to where he only got sacked once. But I thought Zabel, who I didn't even expect him to play, he went out there, and to his credit, he did make it through the game, but I don't think he looked that good. Bradford is Bradford, and Oluwatimi, it's going to be hit or miss with him. So offensive line, not their best day. Darnold, not his best day either. I thought he played okay. He did hit some big throws, but the accuracy was not pinpoint the way that it has been for a good chunk of this season. He missed some throws that I expect him to make. Just some little issues, nothing huge. He didn't turn it over, which is nice.
That I make are actually going through.
Although, if we're being straight honest, he did put the ball in harm's way a few times. He did get lucky once or twice, maybe even 3 times. So there is a little bit of that gunslinger stuff going on here. And again, I am not the kind of person who freaks out about turnovers. I'm not somebody that wants my team to never turn the ball over and feels like that's the most important thing. But it is getting frustrating because this offense is built to make life easy for the quarterback, and it feels like he's right now going through a little bit of a phase where he's not making it that easy. He doesn't make it look that easy.
Chat, bro, you can't make this shit up, bro.
All I can say is that you put up 30 points in a game. I'm going to live with a lot of garbage, but sure would like to see the garbage get cleaned up a little bit. And ultimately, this game came down to JSN being the best receiver in football and Walker finding his stride. So JSN, monster game, maybe his best game of the year in terms of production. 2 touchdowns, 2 big plays, a lot of little stuff as well, very efficient. He kind of had a drop near the goal line, but even if he caught it, and I don't think there was any way he was going to catch that anyway, so I don't even really consider it to be a drop. Like, I don't know. Hard for me to really get worked up about that one. And K9, man, K9, another 100 yards from scrimmage, got involved in the passing game this time, which is awesome. That stuff is really, really going to hit nicely if we can get a little bit of a screen game going to these backs, if we can start getting some stuff happening, throwing to guys out of the backfield. Great. And overall, we did run the ball fairly well, especially when we wanted to grind them down in the third quarter there. We unveiled a little bit of an explosive rushing attack. Charbonnet, really good as well for the little bit of action he got. You definitely saw the attempt on the part of this team to get Walker the ball more than Charbonnet, and it paid off. He was more effective, more explosive, and everybody's doing their job there. Shaheed, I know it's getting frustrating with Shaheed. He hasn't really made big contributions to this offense yet. Understand that his presence is making the running game's life easier. So understand that even though Shaheed is not putting up the numbers that we would like, he's doing his job. He's doing his thing. It's just not manifesting directly. I believe that Shaheed's presence is making life harder for run defenses that play against the Seahawks. So, not tripping on that. What else was there? I don't think there's really too much else to say. There was some sloppiness, but overall, good game by the O.
Question for Steve. Huge fan, by the way. How did you get the internet back up and running so quickly?
And defensively, again, not their greatest game, right? You gave up some fourth downs. You had a little bit of sloppy tackling. There were looked like some busted coverages. I thought that Nick Eamon-Wari in particular seemed a little bit lost in coverage today after having a really good week in coverage last week. So definitely saw the other side, the other pole with Eamon-Wari today. But I think that he is. I think that he's probably going to get a little bit of rough treatment in the film room this week, because I thought that he looked a little bit lost from time to time. But overall, man, Tennessee had to run so many plays to grind out the yards that they did, and they didn't even get to 300, right? And I'm just going to say it. I think the officials really kept them in the game. I think that the 90-yard punt return by DK was sprung by a very obvious holding call on Darion Kendrick that didn't get called. I thought that the quarterback sneak on 4th and 1, he clearly didn't get it. Don't know why they gave it to him. I thought Ron Tolbert had a terrible game, and without some of the stuff that he was doing, I didn't even list all the other stuff that I thought was bad, like the Job illegal contact was very, very weak. There was nothing there in my book. So I think that if he calls a good game, if he's actually able to call a competent game, and I think Tolbert's known for being a terrible referee, we're talking about a much more one-sided game that probably would make people feel a lot better right now. So even that stuff, I'm not really tripping on it. The run defense was great. Ton of pressure on Cam Ward, and Cam Ward was being a man back there. I do want to say that. He played great. Like Cam Ward, he's making mistakes. Cam Ward, he is going to turn it over sometimes. He is going to play carelessly sometimes, but you see the potential. You see the upside with what Cam Ward is doing, and it's very exciting to imagine what he's going to be able to do when he gets some experience and starts to really get the game of football in a way that right now he doesn't. The way he avoided sacks, the way he used his legs effectively, I wouldn't have taken him number 1 overall, but I do think he's going to be a good quarterback in this league, and maybe that's good enough. Maybe being a good quarterback in this league justifies going number 1, even if you're not the best player in your class. But 4 sacks, a lot by the front line as well. We got one from Murphy. We got one from Big Cat, which was really nice to see after getting goose-egged last week by the Rams. So we're back on track there. And yeah, overall, I don't think there's a lot to say other than that the game was overall fine. Even the stuff that was bad, even the stuff that you're troubled by, like the punt return, I can only get so mad about the punt return as far as the team goes. I'm not saying they played it perfectly. They didn't, but that play never should have happened. Yeah, they gave up some 4th downs at the end of the game, but they're also just trying to wind the clock, and they did. The Titans didn't get it within 1 score until the game was effectively over. They had 40 seconds left after they scored that last touchdown. So even that's like, okay, am I really going to get worked up over this? No, I don't think so. I don't think it makes sense to get upset about stuff like that. This team will have plenty of opportunities to prove that they can play at a higher level than what they played at yesterday when they played better teams. By many regards, they already have. They obviously played better than that against the Rams. They obviously played better than that against the Bucks, even though they lose these games, right? They obviously played at a higher level, and we know the levels they can reach. So that's what I'm going to stress this week, I think, to Seahawks fans. Like, I understand you wanted to go in there and beat them 40-0. You wanted to completely destroy them. And you're going to look at things this week and think to yourself, man, we can only beat that Titans team by 6 points. What are we doing? But this is how the NFL works sometimes. It doesn't always go perfectly according to plan. And you don't want to show everything that you've got in your playbook in a game like this anyway. You want to keep it somewhat simple, maybe whip out some stuff here and there as you need to make sure that you get the win. But you do not need to... There's no college football playoff committee at play here. You don't need to get style points. And overall, I thought the team did what they needed to do. Again, it's 30-10 late in the third. They put up some points late.
We're on holiday with MSC Cruises in the Caribbean, but it also feels like we're in Europe. It's kind of funny, right?
That is.
Talk about this stuff right before the Seahawks play a game anyway. So I sat on it, waited, and it's not like this is going anywhere really, but let's talk about it now. Let's talk about a little something that Brady Henderson dropped in an article for ESPN talking about upcoming offseason needs for each team and some of the stuff that he said concerning Kobe Bryant, an upcoming Seattle Seahawk free agent. All right, guys, let's take a minute so I can tell you about Sleeper, a one-stop shop for all your sports needs. You can celebrate a different situation than Seattle's other 2022 draftees who are in the final year of their rookie deals. Talks about Woolen, talks about Walker, talks about Mafe. Doesn't feel like any of those guys are in Seattle's long-term plans, but Kobe, he thinks it's a little different. And in fact, according to him, Seattle attempted to give a contract extension to Kobe Bryant before the season, but they couldn't get to an actual agreement. And he does think they're going to try again before free agency. So we tried to keep him, couldn't make it happen, and he believes that there is an interest on the part of this team of keeping him in Seattle beyond 2025. So definitely interesting. Kobe Bryant, obviously, if you were to place all the upcoming free agents on Seattle on a list and you ranked them by how good the player is and how important the player is, there would definitely be some players that Kobe is behind. He's behind JSN. He's behind Charles Cross. He's probably, although this year has been a little bit of a bumpy ride here, behind Reek Woolen. Probably behind K9. But for reasons that I do think make sense very clearly, there is some degree of interest in keeping Kobe in Seattle and maybe not all of those guys. Well, JSN, of course, Cross, of course, Witherspoon, of course, but seems like he's probably going to be more likely to stick here than Woolen. Feels like he's more likely to stick here than Walker. And that's simply because you can probably get him for a much more reasonable rate. And you can also feel a little bit more comfortable with what you're going to get out of him. And the Kobe thing is a little bit tricky. Because, first of all, he was a 4th-round pick, so day 3, not some blue-chip prospect, not some former first-round pick that's a blue blood, and he's just kind of guaranteed to be a coveted guy because of his talent. No, this was a day 3 guy who some people liked in the draft, some people didn't, and it really felt like it could have gone either way. So, beyond that, the first year Kobe Bryant in the NFL, he's the nickel corner. He's okay. Coverage, not so great, but he was forcing a lot of fumbles. He was, I think, tied for league lead in fumbles. Playmaker, always getting around the ball. There was some good stuff with Kobe Bryant as a rookie. Second year, he barely plays on defense. He's basically a backup the whole season almost. Very little action in 2023. 2024, he starts the season as a backup. He's not playing that much. And then after 5 or 6 games, I think, injuries happen. He has to start at safety. And it's like, wow, he found his calling in life. His calling in life is to play safety in the NFL. And he was making picks. He was doing good stuff in coverage. Still able to force fumbles in a way that a lot of players like him don't, with a peanut punch. So it was like, okay, now we've got a good player here. And he's come back in 2025, kind of a prove-it thing. Although apparently we were willing to pay him before this year. And he's been good again. He's not one of the best safeties in the league, but he's been good. And he's entering his physical prime. He's going to turn 27 in the offseason. But what is a player like this worth? And safeties are tough. If you go to Spotrac right now and you sort by average annual salary of safeties that got signed last offseason, like, obviously he's not Kyle Hamilton. Obviously he's not Kirby Joseph. He's not Trevon Moehrig, or I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced that. He's not Javon Holland or Cam Bynum. But pretty quickly it's like, well, maybe? Like Amani Hooker. relatively high-profile player, but I certainly wouldn't call him a superstar or even really a star in this league. And since he got to Tennessee, he's been kind of not good, or since he signed this contract. I don't know if that's necessarily a condemnation of him, but I don't consider him to be some superstar. Jalen Petre, more of a slot corner, honestly, but Hafunga, coming off a big injury, kind of a, not really a prove it deal, but he did kind of have to prove that he could still play football. $13 million a year. Josh Metellus, the Minnesota guy, $12 million a year. Justin Reed, like, it feels like we might be there. Like, I know Kobe Bryant's not a great safety, but he's a good safety. He's entering his prime. He's been effective in other roles previously. I know he's pulled down a little bit because for a year and a half of his career so far, he has basically been a pure backup. But I don't know how much that's going to bring him down when, if we get to this offseason and he's got a season and 2/3 of quality safety play, if that's really going to be held against him. So you get down to like guys like Jeremy Chin, Eric Murray, Deshaun Elliott. You've clearly gone too far. But what does that mean? Are you landing on something like a $10 million a year deal for Kobe? Could you get lucky with a little discount and maybe it's like $9 million, 3 years, 27? This one's really hard. It's really hard to pinpoint these. Like, obviously, he's going to get more than a guy like a Jeremy Chin or an Eric Murray. Does he get as much as Amani Hooker? I don't think so. Even a guy like Hufanga, who was coming, or Hufanga, excuse me, yes, coming off a major injury, but he had reached levels of play beyond what Kobe had ever shown. But is 10 million reasonable? Is it going to be like 3 years, 30? Could it even surprise us a little bit and it's like 3 years, 33?
Some nights I want a great meal that's half the price of takeout. Marie Callender's Chicken Parmigiana Bowl.
All right, everybody, what is going on? How you feeling after that game? Certainly an interesting game, certainly a game with a couple of conflicting storylines. 26-0 Seahawks, and look, shutouts do not come easy in this modern NFL, where many rules, I'd say most rules that have been altered or added or taken away in the last couple of decades have been to make it easier to score, make it easier to play offense. Shutouts are a rare, precious thing. So 26-0 is going to make a lot of people happy. And obviously, you can't pitch a shutout without a great effort from the defense, and we certainly got that today. I don't know about the offense. Certainly that's going to be the side of the ball that some people are wondering about right now because there were some issues there. But, hey, 26-0 is going to make people happy in most cases. All right, guys, let's take a minute so I can tell you about Sleeper, a one-stop shop for all your sports needs there. So let's celebrate a 5-turnover game, a 4-sack game, and maybe this is the most impressive part about it, a game where you allowed less than 3.5 yards per snap. Less than 3.5 yards per offensive play for the Vikings. And look, you don't get there without a pretty poor effort from the opposing quarterback, and we definitely got that today. Rosmer was awful, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. And he never really had a chance in a game like this. I get it. But the defense still has to go out there and find a way to earn it. And I think Greg Olsen did a really good job of calling this out a couple times on the broadcast. And I know we're not big fans of Greg Olsen around here, but there were a couple moments in this game where it would have been very easy for a Seahawks player to just kind of go through the motions, but they didn't. And because they didn't, they were able to make a big play out of what would have been probably just a normal play most of the time. The two most obvious examples would be DeMarcus Lawrence. He's out of the play. It's a little screen pass to Aaron Jones in the flat. He is way out of the play. And it's 3rd and long. So DeMarcus Lawrence could absolutely just stand there, watch the defense come up and tackle him, Aaron Jones, and set up a long field goal and just be like, okay, I did my job. But he chases the play down from behind. He forces a fumble, and the Vikings don't even get a shot at a field goal because of DeMarcus Lawrence just deciding, you know what, I'm going to go above and beyond here. And he also called out the same thing with Ernest Jones, right? Ernest Jones. Game is over. It's the fourth quarter, I believe. The game is over. He's out there doing his own drop. Pass gets thrown way away from him, like way away from him. He absolutely could have just stood there, watched the pass go, have it maybe be completed, maybe be knocked down, maybe be incompleted down the field, whatever, and then you just go to the next play. But he chases the play, ball gets batted up, and he gets his second interception of the day. And you see things like that, and it makes you think this has the chance to be a truly special defense, like best in the league, carries you most of the way to a championship type defense. So right there, obviously, we talked about the numbers, the 0 points, the 162 yards allowed on defense, the 5 turnovers, the 4 sacks, the quarterback pressures. But those are the things that really stick with you after you watch this game, because everything I just said numerically, you could figure out by looking at a box score. But the box score, it only goes so far in showing you what really happened out there, and it's plays like that. Plays like that that remind you of the 2013 team, the 2014 team, even the 2012 team. That was a team that obviously didn't make it super far into the playoffs, but they showed you they were a defense that was special and was built to do great things. Other than that, though, I mean, even without the forced fumble, DeMarcus Lawrence is playing ridiculously good right now. He had a sack. He had a pressure that turned into a pick six for Ernest Jones. He creates that play. He does so much dirty work stuff out on the edge that we as fans barely even notice most of the time. He is rushing the passer like he's in his prime, but he's playing run defense like he's a 12-year veteran, which is what he is. It's crazy how good we have gotten Miles out of D-Law when this was a free agency signing that could have absolutely been one of those that just kind of goes, well, we signed an old veteran hoping he could give us one more good year, and he didn't. And to see it go this way, where if anything, he's better than he's been in Dallas for quite some time. It's unreal. Ernest Jones, 5 interceptions for Ernest Jones. When we traded for Ernest Jones, we thought to ourselves, we knew the coverage. He's not a good cover player. He's going to be a liability in coverage. And I'm not saying that he's suddenly Luke Kuechly out there. I understand that it's not that simple, but for him to be this effective in coverage is out of this world. And there's not enough that can be said about him on a day like today, but even in general, just absolutely insane stuff there. And while we did see that we can get good play out of this defense without Ernest Jones out there, you very clearly get a picture, sorry if you guys can hear that, of how much better he is in these zone drops, just through his awareness of where he needs to be and his understanding of landmarks. So, I mean, that's another one that could have gone either way. Realistically, could have gone either way. When you trade for that guy and you sign that guy, you know there's some risk. The injuries, the fact that the Rams basically gave him away, the fact that the Titans turned around and basically just flipped him right after that. Like, you look at that, and you could definitely say, hey, this could go well, this could not go well, this can go one way or the other. And for it to have gone this way, this strongly, to where, I don't know, maybe he should make the All-Pro team this year. Maybe he should be like an All-Pro linebacker this year. It's otherworldly. It's otherworldly. And I could go on and on about the defense. Woolen gets his first pick, even though he messed it up later. Kobe got a pick. Byron Murphy got the late sack. Uchenna Nwosu got a half sack. Drake Thomas. So much good stuff in a game like this.
You've reached halfway there, insurance. We can't come to the phone right now because we're busy doing...
I mean, you're not gonna pitch a shutout and give up less than 3.5 yards per play without being very, very good on every level defensively. So there's so little to call out. Like maybe Eamon Worry, right? Eamon Worry was like, gave up the one big play the Minnesota passing attack had, the TJ Hawkinson pass. And then you had the penalty where he did a WWE finisher on Jefferson, I guess. That's about it. Yeah, that's really about all you can say. Like, other than that, man, it's everything you could ask for. So right now, I don't know if this defense is statistically going to be the best in the league, but I don't think there's another defense I would rather have right now than this Seattle defense. And this is a league with some good defenses right now. You've got like Denver, right? You've got a team like Denver with a really good defense. You've got, I mean, not so much today, but the Rams defense has been really good, but I might take Seattle's defense over all of them. Offensively, like I said, this is the side of the ball that people are going to have questions about right now. Mostly just the passing game did not work at all today. We were about as bad throwing the ball as Minnesota was, except for the turnovers. And the turnovers, hey, they make all the difference, right? There's a difference between turning the ball over 5 times and turning the ball over once. But the passing attack did not work today, and you can definitely spend a little bit of time breaking down every single play that went wrong, and there were a lot of plays that went wrong, but more than anything, I look at Brian Flores, who I think is a phenomenal defensive mind, and I look at what he was doing to our pass protection, and I think he just did a really, really good and beautiful thing today. And for a guy who has lost so much of his aura from last year, it was kind of a callback to the Vikings of last year. The Vikings defense was doing that almost every week last year to opposing quarterbacks. And it's like, yeah, it really is like that for one day Brian Flores got back in his bag. Now, part of it was that we allowed him to get back into his bag because we kept getting into third and must pass. But when you allow Flores to know that you're throwing the ball and know that you have to hold the ball for at least a second and a half, you are opening yourself up to him just kind of dialing up something disgusting. And that's what happened today over and over and over again. And the end result is what you get. Darnold getting hit constantly, holding onto the ball too long, dancing in the pocket, and you end up with a pretty bad game. Yeah, it was a bad game. I don't think there's any way around that. I don't think that it could have been worse, but it was certainly a bad game by this passing offense. JSN basically gave you nothing, which is a heartbreaker. I know. AJ Barner is your leading receiver with 35 yards. That's how this game went. You almost had more sack yards lost than you had yards gained by your leading receiver. I do think we ran the ball fine. I understand that it wasn't amazing, but I do think we ran the ball pretty well. A lot of our unsuccessful carries were at the end of the game when we were just trying to run the clock out. And understand, this Seahawks offense played very conservatively once they went up like 13-0, 16-0, 19-0. You know the game's over pretty much because Brosmer can't do anything. Once the game got to like 16-0 on the first drive of the third quarter, then the game's over. Like, Max Brosmer is not going to score 3 times. There's just... It would take such a monumental fluke for the Vikings to win at that point that it just makes sense for your team to hurdle up a little bit, especially when they can't protect. So I'm not reading into that too much. I think the run game was good. I really liked what I saw from Walker today. Charbonnet got it going eventually, and he had some really nice carries in this game, including, of course, the end touchdown, but I think he also did a good job picking up some tough yards. Yeah, it's it is kind of interesting, right? Because throughout most of this season, this Seattle offense has been really good against stacked boxes. The fact that opposing teams stack the box against Seattle is one of the main reasons why Seattle has been so good offensively. Today, Minnesota stacked the box, but Seattle just couldn't find success against those stacked boxes. And I think part of it is because Minnesota likes to stack the box but not go single high up top. And I think that takes away a lot of what of Seattle wants to do against those stacked boxes. But it was very interesting today to see what Flores pulled out. Now, I do think that if they had gone to the quick game earlier, it probably would have been better. And I don't know why we were starting this game off with a plan to play just kind of like normally, when we know this Vikings defense likes to get tricky and likes to send exotic looks. I don't know why we didn't go to the quick game earlier. Felt like we didn't really go to it until the second half. And even then it wasn't great. It was just okay. But I think Kubiak gets a little bit fancy sometimes. Some people have speculated maybe he's thinking about trying to be a head coach next year. He's getting a little fancy play syndrome.
Fundraiser. With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase.
Could be, but when the going gets tough, I hope he realizes that, look, when it's 3rd and 1, you can just barnyard. You can just run the barnyard. It's fine. You don't need to audible out of the barnyard into a play action pass. You don't need to fake the barnyard and run some kind of pitch. You don't need to do anything other than run the barnyard until somebody stops it, because right now that play looks pretty unstoppable, and realistically it's going to get outlawed next year. So use it while you can use it. That would be one thing that I would definitely recommend implementing as these games get bigger. Because, today, whatever. Today, low-stakes game because the Vikings offense was useless. But when you get to these games against better teams, like the Rams, like the Niners, maybe the Colts, we'll see what the Colts are, with no Sauce, potentially, and Daniel Jones playing on a broken leg. But just run the barnyard every time until somebody actually stops it, because nobody stopped it yet. You've stopped yourself a couple times, but you have not actually been stopped when you run the barnyard. Stuff like that. So I think that's really about all that need to be said. Jason Myers, great game by him, and he was he had a couple. All right, everybody, what is going on? Game wrapped up just a little more than half an hour ago, and I mean, final scores kind of speaks for itself. 37-9. Hard to have a final score like that. So good game, going on the road and holding a dome team in their dome to under 10 points is something that I will always appreciate and always take a lot of good stuff out of. And 37 points also. I mean, it's these things do not come easy in this league. I know sometimes this team feels like it is makes you feel like it is easy, but it's not. So 37-9 gets it done. Now, obviously, for those of us with long memories, there were definitely moments in this game that were frustrating, possibly even a little bit scary, but they found their way in that second half. All right, guys, let's take a minute so I can tell you about Sleeper, a one-stop shop for all your sports needs. You can thank Iman for that one. We had a kick return, get returned for a touchdown 100-yarder. Shout out to the special teams. Great game. Made all of our field goals. I think all of our punts except for one were good. We had the one from the 1-yard line where kind of hard to have a really good punt when you're punting from your own 1-yard line or 2-yard line or whatever it was. So special teams. That was a A+ game. That was they legitimately helped flip this game. And without them, we probably still win, but we're probably much more annoyed right now. So great news there. We dominated that special teams battle. Jay Harbaugh, he is getting it done this year at a very, very, very high level.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
All right, so moving beyond that, I just wanted to go ahead and get that out of the way real quick here. Defense, I mean, I'll say it again, guys. I understand that this Atlanta team is not very good. I understand they got some backups out there. They're still the Falcons at home. And I think that when you play the Falcons at home, you're always kind of expecting some pretty notable, significant, explosive things to happen. And when you can prevent that, you deserve some props for it. Like Atlanta, even this year, as bad as they are, they have been a different team when they play at home. They are, at the very least, somewhat competent offensively. Now, I will give Kirk Cousins a lot of credit, and I do think you see where he, as a player, has come a long way from where he was last year when he was still trying to recover from the Achilles tear. I think that he managed the game way better. And the thing about him, because I'm not saying he had a good game. He didn't have a good game. But what he did, when he got pressure, the ball teleported out of his hands. He just snapped it out of there. He was not going to get sacked. He was not going to get hit. And I think he did a really good job mitigating the worst of the worst in this game. Okay, so other than that, other than the fact that we struggled to get a lot of pressure, and when we did, Cousins kind of was able to do a really good job of limiting the damage that we could do. Really inefficient passing attack, 3 turnovers. Jaron Reed, welcome back. Cool to see a guy like Witherspoon, who has been without an interception for over 2 years, finally get one. Eamon Worry, first career interception. And by the way, Eamon Worry, probably the player of this game. He played like an absolute G. Incredible, incredible effort from him. And, you know, that comes with mistakes too, right? He gave up a couple of the big plays that Kyle Pitts had. Gets beaten coverage, but it's very worth it in a game like this. And once he works some of these little bumps and bruises out of his game, once he gets some of these little foibles that he has in coverage out, then the sky is the limit, because it's not natural for a guy to be this talented. It's not natural for a guy that big and strong and long to be that fast and quick. So the way in which the passing attack was limited in this game, great. I thought Woolen played a nice little game, except for the penalty in garbage time. I thought Joe played good until the penalty in garbage time as well, for the most part. Obviously, you don't hold him to the same standard as you do a guy like Woolen or a Witherspoon, but did fine. Okada actually played a lot today because Love was on a pretty strict pitch count, I think, but did good. I mean, on all levels, man. And Atlanta did have a little bit of success running the ball, and to their credit, and obviously this is kind of what they have to do right now, they stuck to the run the whole game. Even when the game got out of hand, even when they were down 3 scores, they wanted to keep running the ball. And it wasn't just because they were surrendering the game. It wasn't because they gave up. It was because they know they cannot have a high-volume passing attack without Drake London. So I think that Atlanta Falcons team was probably playing the only way that they could play football. And holding this Atlanta offense to under 4 yards a carry, again, Bijan Robinson having an incredible year. Atlanta, in terms of at least volume, having a really good rushing attack. I will take that. I know people are going to look at it and say, oh, you gave up 120 yards. I will live with that against this Falcons team, especially when I'm completely flushing their passing attack down the toilet like that. Now, turnovers were kind of the name of the game here, some big splash plays. It wasn't like last week where Minnesota just could not move the ball at all, right? It was a little bit different, but nonetheless highly effective. And you know, one thing that I did yesterday is I made several videos comparing this defense to the 2013 defense. And to me, the main difference, the main reason why the 2013 defense is better is just because they force more turnovers. So if this team starts forcing more turnovers, you know, I'm certainly not going to argue it. I'm certainly not going to be upset about it. And maybe that's how they unlock their final form. Not really too much else to say, man. It was a great game. The blocked field goal helps, right? The blocked field goal helps. Atlanta had a 4th and goal they went for and didn't get. They had a fumble in the red zone, so there are some aspects to this game that are a little kind of sort of fluky that made the defense look better than they were by a little bit, maybe. But you're still talking about some really, really cool stuff happening with this squad, and I know that there was consternation early in this game, but looking back at it now, looking at the big picture, it is such a special unit we have, and I really hope we can take advantage of it in full and make a deep playoff run with it, because look, a lot of these guys are young, a lot of these guys will be here next year, but it's going to be hard to maintain this level of play beyond this one season. It just will be. I don't think we have any real injury concerns right now. I know Eamon Warrior left for a couple plays, but he came back, so no real issues there. I know that Derek Hall left for a little bit, but he was back in at the end, so he's fine. Yeah, just cool stuff there, and it's good that we had that, because without the defense pitching, not a shutout, but pretty close, we might be a little bit more concerned with the offense.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back.
And I'll say this, because we're flipping over to the offense now. When we played the Titans a couple weeks ago, even though it wasn't the greatest game we had ever played, I was never concerned we were going to lose, ever. It was never a thought in my mind that we could lose that game. We played the Vikings last week, and again, it was not our greatest game ever. But I never thought for a minute we were going to lose that game. It didn't even occur to me. This week, the thought entered my mind a little bit, and that's obviously, some of it is a little bit just kind of fear-based because you're in the moment. It feels a little silly, right, to sit here and say, hey, we won the game by 28 points, but I was afraid we were going to lose it at one point. But that was a very rough start, and I think that there are a lot of Seahawks fans who are ready to hit the panic button on the offense. They're ready to hit the eject button on Sam Darnold. They're ready to throw Clint Kubiak out. They're ready to burn it all down because the last few weeks it hasn't looked as good. It hasn't looked as sharp. And I have pushed back pretty hard against that in previous weeks. And I do still think those people are being silly. But I think those concerns are starting to become a little bit more justified as we go through these weeks and we continue to see things look a little less stable. And honestly, I can't even say, because one of the defenses that I had earlier was, well, we're reforming the offense and we're building up one that is better on the ground, that is going to be better running the ball. Because I don't think we were that good running the ball today. I know the numbers look okay. 5 yards a carry is good, but Bayless Jones actually did a decent amount of the heavy lifting there in garbage time. The Charbonnet was good, but Walker never really got going. Walker couldn't really find his footing, and it felt like Atlanta was just on top of what we were doing there. And I felt that way a little bit about the passing attack as well, but when we ran the ball, it felt like Atlanta was just kind of on top of it. They had guys, they had a flood of guys. So I can't even sit here and say, oh, we're trying to build a more consistent rushing attack. That's why the passing attack isn't what it used to be. Because today, I actually don't think the running game was that good. Remember, Atlanta's rushing defense is bad. They have one of the worst run defenses in football. And we did good, but I think we should be a little bit further beyond this at this point. So, yeah, it is not where it used to be. And after a game like today where, yeah, the offense came alive in that second half and played great, and I think everybody locked in pretty much, yeah, there's a little bit of concern that a better team is going to be able to take advantage of this a little bit more. Atlanta was not good enough to take advantage. So, to those who are concerned, I hear you. And the passing attack in that first half, I mean, right out of the gate, we get the ball, we run a screen pass to JSN, or maybe it was technically a handoff, and A.J. Barner is tasked with blocking 3 different defenders, and we lose yards. And then it was either a run or a screen pass to Ken Walker, and there are no blockers, and there's like 3 Atlanta defenders right in front of him. He loses yards. So Again, it was just that sense that Atlanta was just kind of on top of everything we did. So I don't know really who to pin that on. I don't know if it's play calling, play design. I don't know if there's some kind of pre-snap tell that this offense has, but it felt like Atlanta was just kind of in. All right. Yeah, tough to really dissect that one. There's always that urge to say that a win is a win. There's always that urge to say that winning in the NFL is hard and that most games in the NFL are close and so on and so on and so on. But today didn't really feel like that, did it? Today did not really feel like that. Seahawks win 18-16. They need a 56-yard field goal with less than 20 seconds left to eke it out. They don't score a touchdown the entire game. They don't force a turnover until the final 10 seconds. I don't know, man. That was a weird one. And we're going to have to spend some time here on this one here. But right now what I want to say is that if you're a Seahawks fan, I think your feelings by and large are going to be pretty valid. That one was tough to watch. All right, guys, let's take a minute so I can tell you about Sleeper, a one-stop. You don't get much better than that. I think I remember one game where Rob Baronis kicked 7 out of 7 in a game. But 6 out of 6, that's a franchise record, and we needed every bit of it. So we got that. I don't think Dixon had a great game, but it was an okay game. Myers also did some pretty good work as a on kickoffs. Most of his kickoffs were good. Kickoff coverage was pretty decent. So special teams, hey, they're handing out wings right now, people. Shaheed's got to stop fair catching stuff inside the 10-yard line, but other than that, man, I mean, that part of the team, those guys are aces. Defense, look, it was a weird game. It was a frustrating game. The Colts did have some success early running the ball. Taylor had early success. He grinded out some pretty good carries in this game. And while Phillip Rivers didn't really have, I don't think you'd call it a good game, it was not a mess of a game. It was not a huge train wreck of a game. It was an okay game. It was a workable game. And I don't think that's what we as Seahawks fans were expecting when this game kicked off. I just don't. We're at home in an open-air stadium. Rivers just came off the couch less than a week ago. You're expecting sacks. You're expecting turnovers. You're expecting negative plays. And honestly, while the Colts offense was bad, and while 16 points is a good game for any defense in the NFL, they stayed on time. Phillip Rivers got sacked one time, and it was a play where he literally fell down. There were some negative runs, but not a ton. A lot of them just kind of, even on the plays that don't work that well, they're still grinding out 3 yards or so. So they're keeping the drive moving. Rivers was able to hit some checkdowns to keep drives alive and convert on 3rd and short. Checkdowns to Abdullah, which were, I don't want to say they were killing us, but they were a problem. And Rivers even had a couple of nice throws down the field. He hit Tyler Warren on a seam route, a 17-yarder. There was the sideline, not a go ball, but it was like a sideline one-on-one ball to, I want to say Josh Downs or Alec Pierce that were converted. And again, it took 59 minutes and 50 seconds for this team to get an interception. So it was not what I signed up for. And that doesn't mean it was bad. Big shout out to Nick Emanwari, who was great today. I thought Leonard Williams was great today. I thought we got a little more than we've been used to this year from Mafe. And I am going to say one thing. Part of the problem to my eye today from watching this game, and remember, I did the watch along, but part of the problem today, in my opinion, was Riley Mills was getting driven out of the hole over and over and over again. He was getting driven back off the ball. First NFL game, I'm not ragging on Riley Mills specifically, but in a game that ended up being this close, and a game where we really needed to take away the run, Riley Mills probably didn't need to be out there. You know, you try it, you experiment. You hope he can get out there in garbage time just to get his feet wet, but we gave him meaningful, impactful snaps, and I thought he was bad. Not saying he is bad, but needed to probably have a shorter leash on Mills. So that was one problem. I think that if that did not happen, this game probably would have gone a little bit better. We probably would have had this game sewn up late instead of desperately scrambling to kick a 56-yard field goal to eke it out. So that was part of the problem. Hopefully that never happens again. Like, at the end of the day, Mills is nice, but you can't have him out there for rundowns. He's a pass rusher. He's not known for his run defense. So if you're putting him out there against this Colts team, it's not surprising that you get what you get. Other than that, though, look, I guess there's something to be said for the fact we didn't get beat downfield. The biggest play the Colts offense had was the 17-yarder to Tyler Warren. And there is something there, but we didn't need to do that. We didn't need to take that away. It felt like that whole game, like, everybody knew what the game plan for the Colts was going to be. Throw it short, get it out of Rivers' hands quickly, let him check it down, use the backs, use the tight ends, keep everything within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage, and run the ball over and over and over again no matter what. Taylor, Abdullah, everybody. And it didn't feel like the Seahawks game plan for that, and that's my big problem here. I don't feel like McDonald game plan for these Colts. This is a very unique situation that the Colts find themselves in. It did not feel like a very unique game plan. It felt like a customary run-of-the-mill generic game plan against any generic NFL team. And you did end up having a good game by the numbers. The Colts had 200, not even 220 yards of offense, about 215. They had 215 yards of offense and 16 points. Normally, you're ecstatic about that. And I understand that the team wants to play low variance. They just want to get in there, win, get out. They don't want to risk it. But what is the risk, really, playing aggressively and tight and not giving cushion when you're playing Phillip Rivers, who, by the way, he did do some things well today, but that ball flutters like crazy. That is the least zip I've seen on a ball since Tim Tebow. That is the least zip I've seen since Uncle Rico. I'm sorry, but there was a different way to play that game defensively, and we didn't do it. We didn't do it. There was an opportunity for the defense to take over the game. I don't even think the defense controlled the game. They ended up having a good game. They did not feel in control to me at all. So, not a terrible game, not a bad game even, but, man, Ernest Jones, I think, got beat up a little bit in coverage, and it is a keen reminder that while he is doing a great job this year, he's not a stellar cover player. He's just not. And there are going to be games like that. Josh Jobe, I know he had a bad game. I know a lot of people are beating up on him. I do not hate Josh Jobe the way some people seem to. It was a bad game. His main problem is that he's just not as good as the other players on this defense. He's not as good as Woolen. He's not as good as Witherspoon. So teams target him more than they target the other guys. They're scared of the other guys. They don't want to target Witherspoon or Woolen. They're even starting to be scared of Eman Wari because he gets his hand on so many balls. So Jobe is just the guy they're going to go at, and it's not that big of an indictment on Jobe. So I'm not really on that wagon. To me, when I'm looking at guys to be annoyed at right now, maybe, again, the Riley Mills thing I think was the main problem, and that's not really a player problem. That's I think, a coaching problem. He shouldn't have been on the field very much, if at all, in a game like this. And other than that, there were a couple missed opportunities, right? Like, I'm thinking about that sideline ball to Alec Pierce on the second to last drive where the Colts kicked the 60-yarder. You had... And Jobe had every opportunity to knock that ball down. I understand that that one's going to live in people's minds for the next couple of weeks here, and it's going to be very hard for Jobe to outrun a play like that. But I don't know. To me, it's just a matter of what was the game plan. I'm not too mad at any of the players. What was the game plan? And then we have the offense. And then we're talking about Sam Darnold. We're talking about Clint Kubiak, talking about Ken Walker. Just a big dud in a moment where the season could have gotten away from us a little bit, right? And the only thing I can say, and I think this had to be at play here. There's no way you play that poorly without this being in play. I think the Seahawks were looking ahead to the Rams. I do think that on some level, they were not thinking very hard about this game. They were thinking about the Rams. And part of me is maybe a little sympathetic towards that. But there's another part of me that is like, look, that Rams game does not mean that much if you do not win this game. And I saw laziness. I saw lackadaisical effort. And when I say that, I'm mostly talking about the offense. I'm not completely absolving the defense. I definitely noticed how the Colts were able to lean on us in the run game and fall forward constantly. So I'm not here to act like everything is great on that side of the ball, but mostly offensively, that was a sleepwalk of a game. And there's hardly anybody to not criticize right now. I would say JSN, even with the one really bad drop, and it was a very bad drop, had a great game, doing what he always does. Love him. Shaheed, I think, had a pretty great game offensively, so maybe those two guys are out. I don't know about the rest. Man. Walker, I don't get the sense that he's tremendously to blame here, but we're talking about less than 2 yards a touch. I was talking Walker up earlier this year for having some of the best numbers of his career. That's about to go out the door here. He's not doing anything. He's got like 50 total yards over the last 2 games. His yards per touch average has gone way down with just 2 games, and it was in a very good place. So I don't get the sense that he's necessarily to blame for everything. There are some plays where maybe he dances a little bit too much, but not good. Charbonnet, a little bit more productive with the ball in his hands, but I'm saying this right now, this is not tenable if he does not run pass block. If Charbonnet is not a pass blocker, if Charbonnet cannot effectively pass block, then what is he worth in this league? One of the things that makes Charbonnet a good player is the fact that he's great on third down, receiving and blocking. He has been a disaster blocking this year, and today was probably the worst game of his career. Could not pick up a blitz at all. So there's that. Cooper Kupp, good game. Did some good stuff, made some nice plays. I'm not saying it was bad, but I did notice that final drive where we had a chance to get a touchdown to basically end the game and make sure there was no drama in the last 3 minutes. He may have run a bad route. I'm not sure, but that was the kind of play where we needed Cooper Kupp to just get to his zone, sit down, and catch the ball that basically ends the game. And I'm not sure if Kupp ran a bad route or if Darnold threw a bad ball. It could go either way, but it's at least arguable that Kupp owns responsibility there. And Barner, the penalty, man, that was a momentum-flipping penalty. That was a 15-yard gain on second down. We're getting a drive going. We're moving towards midfield, and you line up offsides. Completely kills the drive. We may as well punt at that point. 2nd and 15, you may as well punt with this offense right now. But then you get to the big ones, right? Sam Darnold. You guys know that I have been pretty positive on Sam Darnold this year. I've been pretty high on Sam Darnold. I think that he's playing really well. I still do. But there are things going on here, man. And today he was inaccurate, I thought. I thought he was really inaccurate. A lot of really bad misses. I think that you look at, what was it, like that last throw to Shaheed in the end zone. That should be a game-icing touchdown, and he just throws it behind him. I think he threw it behind him on a couple other plays. There still isn't that great connection with Shaheed yet, although he is getting better. There were some other inaccurate passes and just kind of slow decision-making. I'm seeing the Colts send the house on many plays early in this game. They're sending 6-7 guys, putting 6-7 guys in the box. Maybe on one play, maybe it was even 8. And Darnold gets the ball, has a little bit of time. He does. Don't tell me he doesn't. It's not a lot, but it's a reasonable amount of time for a team that is looking at that kind of a overload blitz. And he just doesn't get it out fast enough. I find it very hard to believe a team that has JSN, maybe the best receiver in football, and Rashid Shaheed, one of the fastest players in the sport, is not getting anybody open. And Cooper Kupp, who has built a whole career out of understanding how to get open against zone. So, not good. It feels like Darnold is maybe getting solved a little bit. I know that he's elite against man and mediocre at best against zone. So maybe there's a thing going on where teams have just realized to sit in zone and he doesn't know what to do. Maybe, possibly. But it's getting frustrating, man. He had a couple opportunities to ice the game and he didn't get them. He did make some good throws in this game. The drive where we kicked the 56-yarder to win the game was great. Obviously, it was only just through two pretty routine throws, but he made them. So I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm not here to completely dump on him, but I'm starting to align myself a tiny bit more with the people who are frustrated than I was before. But to me, Kubiak is kind of the big story here. I thought he had a terrible game. We can't run the ball at all. Nobody on this offensive line can sustain in run blocking whatsoever. So naturally, we keep running it. I think we had one drive where we went run, punt. When the passing game, while it was flawed, it was doing leagues better. There were actually good things happening with the running game, with the passing game. I think we probably stuck to the run too long. And then at the end of the game, it felt like we had to completely abandon it because there was nothing else to do. And I'm going to say it again. How do you have guys like JSN, Rashid Shaheed, and I'll even throw Cooper Kupp and AJ Barner in there, and play after play after play, nobody gets open? Is there a disconnect between him and Darnold? Is there a disconnect between him and the receivers? Is it just the player's fault? It's hard for me to really speculate, but that was the first time this year since week 1, really, where I was just sitting there thinking to myself, I don't know what this offense is. I don't know if this offense has any, I don't know what this offense has. I don't know what to say about what I'm looking at right now. But for me, this was a little bit of a wake-up call to what this offense is right now. I just think about it like this, guys. Charvarius Ward and Sauce Gardner are out, and Darnold just had an okay game. Those two guys, the top two corners on Indy, the corners that they were building their defense around, are out. They have backups out there, and somehow the passing attack is just kind of whatever. You're not even attacking it as much as you should, and when you are, it's not going as well as you would think. So something's got to change a little bit there. Either we got to start running the ball better so we can balance the offense, or we just need to embrace what we are. And I've talked about this running game for a few weeks now, talking about how it's getting better. The last 2 weeks have been a big disappointment. Other than that, referees, yeah, that was atrocious. We had some atrocious refereeing in this game. They wanted to give Phillip Rivers that storybook ending, and I got heated today. I was as heated as I have been in a long time about sports. Between the referees trying to hand the game to the Colts and the Colts trying to injure JSN after a play was over at the end of the half, I was ready to go to the mattresses at the end of that game. I was ready in that third quarter to just go, okay, you know what? We're dragging you down with me. If you're going to make us lose this game because of BS, and you're going to go after our best player after the play is over, then you know what? We can play that game too. Baseball, they throw at my players. I'm throwing at your players. I was ready to go. Luckily, the best revenge is to live well, and we're going to live well because we won. And while the Colts did play very well today, hard to believe they're going to actually be able to salvage their season. So again, sometimes you just need to live well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Got another stream on YouTube to do later tonight. My voice is shot because I streamed for 4 hours almost yesterday. Okay. There's a lot to talk about tonight. I talked about a lot of it in the Bleacher Report stream that I did right after the game ended, which, by the way, great stream, one of the best I've ever done. Massive attendance, a lot of people there, a lot of people in the chat. Had a lot of good things to say, a lot of things being said by everybody. But yeah, even after that stream, it's not like the work is done at all, man. 38-37. Overtime. Seattle wins, walking off on a 2-point conversion. Their third 2-point conversion of the game, by the way. And confession time. I started recording a post-game video when there were like 14 minutes left. Then I stopped because I was too angry. Then I started again when there were like 9 minutes left, and I stopped because of the punt return touchdown. So you'll never see those videos, by the way, but they do exist. Before we go any further into this video, I want to tell you guys a little bit about my friends over at Sleeper. If you're out after Darnold's second interception, I just didn't see it. I didn't see anything other than a big fat disappointment. I didn't see anything other than a team that was kind of going through the motions and had already kind of accepted they were on that second tier at best, and they weren't really going to challenge a top tier team like the Rams. And I didn't really know how to judge that compared to, I didn't really know how to size that up with the game that they played against LA a month ago, but it's what I saw. And I was like, you know what? Let's just do the post-game video now. But of course, Rashid Shaheed flips everything. And about an hour later, it's one of the most ridiculous wins I've ever seen. So where do we start here? So offensively, I want to shout out two players. Well, one not really offensively, but there are two players that I really want to take a moment to shout out, because this game was so complicated and there were so many moving parts and so many weird things that happened. There are two guys that I don't want to get lost in this. They are Ken Walker and Rashid Shaheed. I thought both those guys saved, I'm not going to say saved the season. They certainly saved our chances at the 1 seed. Ken Walker, that was probably the best game of his career. 164 yards on 14 touches, well over 10 yards a touch. Had the touchdown that kind of kept the game alive early on, because actually that touchdown gave us the lead. But I mean, that play was instrumental in at least keeping us in the fight a little bit when things were getting out of hand. So he had the other, it was almost a 50-yard play through the air. And that again, I think it was the best game of his career. So shout out to Walker in a game that was so complicated and difficult. There was nothing complicated about Walker. He was just great tonight. And that was the kind of thing that you wanted to see as we head towards a contract extension this offseason potentially, and you're trying to decide if you're comfortable making him your running back for the next few years. And then Shaheed doesn't catch a single pass all day and still somehow manages to be one of our best players, which does prove how special he is. He had the carry, the jet sweep for 31 yards that opened up that touchdown that tied the game, the A.J. Barner touchdown. And then you also had the punt return touchdown, obviously. But don't forget, and I know the Rams do this a lot anyway, but the Rams gave us the ball at the 35-yard line every single time they kicked off. They were so afraid of Shaheed housing a kickoff, especially after that punt return. But even before then, they were like, have the ball at the 35. We don't care. We don't want to kick the ball to Shaheed. So even in a game where, yeah, technically he didn't really show up in the way that you expect, that guy is special. And I'm ready to throw him a bag. He probably is going to turn down a bag because he thinks he can get a bigger bag in the offseason if he just waits. But I am really digging what that guy brings. He enables so much. He allows this team to get away with so much stuff that they would otherwise never be able to get away with. So Shaheed, big shout out. I'll throw A.J. Barner in there as well. I'd say he was pretty unimpeachably awesome tonight. But other than that, this is such a tricky game to play. You had, okay, let's start with the offense here, because the offense for most of the day was rough. They did get over 400 yards, but they needed overtime to do it. They had like 2 straight 3-and-outs early in the game with good field position. And then the only reason why they didn't have a 3rd straight 3-and-out was because of a fluke 3rd and 16 conversion. And then that kind of got thrown out the window because Cooper Kupp fumbled in the red zone, which, I'm sorry, Cooper Kupp, you cannot be fumbling in the dang red zone. You don't get the ball thrown your way enough to be making mistakes like that. If JSN has a big fumble, it sucks, but whatever. The usage on JSN is so high, what am I going to say? He's going to make a mistake every now and then, but Cooper, you don't get the ball enough to make that kind of mistake, man. And then second half, you've got the turnovers, 2 really bad interceptions, taking points off the board, putting points on the board for the other team. It's going to be a really tricky offseason talking about Darnold. I already know what this offseason is going to be unless we win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl. People are going to be asking, should Sam Darnold not be the quarterback for this team going forward? And there's nothing I can really do to stop the conversation. And after a night like tonight, I understand. I'm not going to agree with everything that the biggest anti-Sam Darnold people will say, but I will understand why people will look at this game and go, what do we have here? Do we have a quarterback who can beat up on bad teams and bad defenses, but the Rams just own him? Maybe. I'm not here to say yes, but I can't say no either. Not anymore, right? And then after that, the Shaheed gets you back into the game. Let's be real here. Shaheed saves the game. And then you get like 3 opportunities to go win the game in the fourth quarter. And I think you picked up like 1 first down, Darnold getting sacked, Darnold looking completely lost out there, Darnold looking like a deer in the headlights. Spent a lot of this game looking kind of scared. If you wanted to give ammunition to the people who think the Rams have just mentally broken Sam Darnold, that's a pretty good set of ammunition you gave. I'm just going to say it. And again, I'm not here to say that he was terrible, although there were certainly terrible moments. I'm not here to say that everybody should just be done with this guy. But I will say I get it more now than I ever have before. And if you want to be very skeptical and negative about Darnold right now, I can't blame you. There have been times where I've seen negativity about a Seahawks player that I thought was unwarranted, and I called it out. There have been times where I've thought that there were fans of the Seattle Seahawks that didn't know how to just take the W and were obsessed with turning the W into an L. And in order to do that, they had to really, just twist reality up. But I don't know if I can say that anymore. I don't think I can. I think I just have to acknowledge that, hey, this guy might not be the dude. And games like tonight, yeah, a lot of great things happened. He made great plays at the end. The overtime drive was money, and he earned it. He earned that overtime drive, 65 yards plus the 2-point conversion. But it was a very shaky road to get there. And to anybody out there who is sitting there thinking to themselves, I think that we got what we paid for with Sam Darnold, I can't really fault them. So there's so much to talk about with Darnold right now. I'm going to save further discussion for future videos, but very, very, very conflicted right now. I will admit that. And I am somebody that has been in Darnold's camp for most of this year. Once he started playing really well and once I started to see the vision, I got in his corner and I've been there pretty solidly, even after some pretty not so great games. I question him. I doubt him. I raised the point that he might not be the elite quarterback we were sold the first 2 months, but I have been in his camp. But right now, I understand. If you want to start wondering, I cannot hate, because the turnovers are bad, but all the 3 and outs, especially with the game on the line in the fourth quarter, he's got 3, at the very least, workable opportunities to go get in field goal range and just win. And for him to do basically nothing, yeah, it's frustrating. For him to, and this isn't just him. Let me get to Kubiak in a second here. He's got probably the best receiver in football this year in JSN. The dude's an absolute monster. And for an entire half this week, and even parts of the third quarter, you can't get the ball to him. I'm not saying it's a great situation that Sam Darnold's in, because it's not. I don't know if it warrants what we saw for most of this game. For basically the entire regulation period, well, I'd say until the Barner touchdown, Darnold's best play was a screen pass to Walker that he took for 46 yards. It just was. And we expect better. And part of the reason why we expect better is that we have seen better from him. Now, none of this is to take away from Kubiak, who I thought called a pretty bad game. I don't understand some of the things that he does. Abandoning the run in the early and middle portions of the second quarter, and then at the end of the second quarter, when you're in a 2-minute drill, you start spamming the run to Charbonnet. Like, that really confused me. I'd really like somebody to explain what the heck that was. You're abandoning the run when there's plenty of time on the clock, but then you go to the run. You're basically your power back, by the way, in a 2-minute drill. I don't get it. I don't get it. And look, I know we ended up with 38 points, but 7 of those points, or really 8, were on the special teams. I know that we ended up with over 400 yards, but we needed overtime to do it. Look, guys, there is a clear and obvious game plan to beating this Rams defense. You check it down, you throw it short, you take what the defense gives you, you get the ball out of your hands fast. And we've seen Mac Jones execute that game plan twice this year to perfection. Mac Jones lit the Rams up twice this year with that formula. Okay? So, if Mac Jones can do it, and by the way, one of those games, I believe he had no George Kittle, never really had Brandon Ayuk. This is not some stacked Niners offense at this point. He's got Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and really not that much else that's all that exciting. If Mac Jones can do it, I think Sam Darnold should be able to do it too. And I think that Kubiak should be able to draw it up. So you want to blame Darnold? You want to blame Kubiak? I think you've got a valid point either way. But, guys, it's not that complicated. The Rams have a great defense. But Mac Jones dog-walked them twice this year with a very simple game plan. And it was very frustrating to watch this Seahawks team not be able to ape that game plan. Early in that game, like the first 3 quarters, really, I guess you could say, everything looked so hard. We had 2 plays, big plays from Walker. Everything else, it's pulling teeth to get a first down. And the defense, again, it's kind of hard to really discuss, but just to kind of try to encapsulate it, that was not a good game. Almost 600 yards, 37 points, no sacks, no turnovers. It was a dud. It was a big, big dud, especially the pass defense. And there are some excuses that you can make for it, but nothing on the defense really worked. If I were to be asked, was there a player on the defense that played exceptionally well today? I don't think I could find anybody. A lot of guys made good plays. Leonard Williams made good plays. Ernest Jones made good plays. Devin Withers. All right, everybody, what is going on? Game wrapped up about a half an hour ago. Just finished my stream over on Bleacher Report. Had a nice little conversation about the way that game went, but kind of what I expected, honestly. It didn't take a genius to see the slow start coming. It didn't take a genius to understand that after what happened last week on Thursday night, they were going to come out a little bit slow. It was going to be a little bit hard. First quarter, first half. It felt a little bit predictable. Maybe it was a little bit worse than people were ready for. Maybe it was a little bit over the top. Maybe it was a little bit troublesome in that first half even. There were a lot of mistakes made, but just like with Atlanta a couple weeks ago, and this is against a better team this time, they get it together in the second half, and they win by 3 scores. They win by 3 scores in a game where, quite frankly, it felt like somebody had it out for us. All right, guys, let's take a minute so I can tell you about Sleeper, a one-stop shop about this game, because I know that there are going to be things that people are concerned about, they're going to be critical of, and I get it, and I understand it, and I don't think any of those things are off limits, but big picture, this Seahawks team beat probably a playoff team, especially with what's going on in Tampa Bay. It looks like that Carolina team is going to be a playoff team by 3 scores on the road when there must have been about 7 or 8 either calls or no calls that went against Seattle. In most of them I would call egregiously bad. Like, I don't know what else to call it. It was one of those. So, huge props to the team for getting it together, even with all of that. By the way, as it turns out, Carolina actually could have won or clinched the division today, but they needed to win. So they did actually have something to play for, and they certainly played like they had something to play for, and may have already paid for it because Tavion Sanders went down on the first snap. So I don't know if they regret it or not, but regardless, we did get a pretty good shot from them. And this defense, man, this defense, games like this do not come around very often. 40 yards net passing, under 140 yards net offense. Well, what are we talking about here? It's like 3 yards per play. They had like 3 yards per play on average or something, right around there. Maybe 3.1. That is a rarity in this league. That is something special. And there's really not much negative I can say about the defense today. Like pretty much every level. You had DeMarcus Lawrence, probably the player of the game, had a sack late, forced a fumble on Rico Dowdle, recovered his own fumble, nearly ran it back, but he certainly did enough on that play to warrant a big amount of kudos. There's Boye Mafe finally getting in on the sack party. Welcome back. We needed him today, and I don't know if he played great, but he showed up on the stat sheet at the end, so hey, who am I to criticize that? There was Witherspoon, there was Iokata. Maybe he overran Bryce Young a little bit on that one running play, but